Alrighty. Nothing quite like the loudest clap of thunder I've ever heard to make me go, oh, it's thundering outside. Am I in? Wait. Oh, wait. I remember. Okay. Alright. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today is a dev stream. We're just gonna be chilling. Gonna be mad chilling. No, what am I doing? Click the wrong thing. Because I have zero brain power right now. Oh my gosh. How do I have negative brain power? That's no bueno. Alright, that's fine. So, today I've got some development stuff I want to do. Pretty much. Right, so can I wait, how did I increase the font? Is it just Control Shift plus? Yeah, it is. Okay. Maybe like that. Alright. Uh Today I have a bit of an agenda, one might say. I sound dead inside. I'm not, but where is it? I think it's here. Yep, okay. Here we are. Hello, hello. Hi. Another chill stream. Yeah. Nothing nothing quite like the loudest clap of thunder. Like 2 minutes before I start to go, huh. Um, yeah. It's very interesting. Anyway, here's what we had from last time. Um, so I looked into this, right? This thing here, like game stages stuff, and that's what we're doing. We're not doing it. It's not my problem right now. Yeah, not gonna worry about that. I'm sure there might be some way to do it. Maybe like try to grab players locally or whatever. Maybe set up some global variables or something, but I don't care about that. Anyway, so what we have now is I want to work on this example. This was a kind of a suggestion that I saw in this Discord server. Is they kind of want enchantments for damage or something to that effect, right? So I want to work on that. Um, but before I do that, actually, the fix broken stuff. I think this is issue. I'm really good at describing what the issue is. Um, I think this is a recent issue. I put this in the repository. Uh-oh. GitHub broke. Well, no, just a thing. This is 104. So, yeah, I gotta fix 104. Let's put this over here. And, I basically already wrote what I need to do to fix it. Okay. It is under here. Not test. What am I doing? What? Why are these organized weird? Whatever, dude. I don't care. Config. No, wait. It's config readers. Map parsing config reader. There we are. So right here, you can get a problem. So the idea here is let me pull up the default config values so that I can explain what's going on here. Yeah, let's do like blaze rod or whatever, right? So what happens is the way the config is set up is that you split stuff, you split like the different bits of information for the config with a semicolon, right? So what I do is I split the string, right? So it's gonna come in here. This string S is going to basically be, for example, like this thing, right? It's gonna come in here. It doesn't end with a semicolon because it's not a malformed config. And then it's gonna split it on the semicolon. And then this is gonna be an array with 2 items in it. It's gonna have the first item in the array is going to be this, and the second item is going to be this. It splits on the semicolon is discarded. So obviously now I parse this as saying I want blaze rods to inflict fire damage. Great. Right? Why do I do an array copy? Wait, hold on. What the hell is the point of this? Oh, wait, I know why. Yeah, never mind. I got it. So, now what I do is if there's like multiple things, for example, not here, but like here for projectile base damage, right? I say I want an arrow to inflict piercing damage, and I want to like link that arrow entity to regular arrows and tipped arrows, so that if you have either of them in your inventory, it says, "Oh, this thing does this damage," right? Great. So what I then want to do is so then basically it'll have like 4 things. The first thing will be the arrow entity, then it will be the damage distribution, then it will be the arrow item, and then it will be the tipped arrow item, right? So basically what I want to do is I want to copy those excess stuff into this additional info array as like additional info I need to parse. So in the instance of the projectile thing, right? It'll read that additional info here and add that as additional information that it needs. Now the problem is if you mess stuff up. If there are no semicolons in your config entry, what happens is it can't split, right? So it doesn't split, which is like whatever, right? But then it tries to create an array with a length that is dependent on this array, but this array will have like 1 element or no elements or whatever, right? So this is going to be negative. Now, if the length of this array is 2, which is under normal situations what it is, I end up creating an array with length 0. That sounds like that makes no sense. it's sort of like an empty set. However, array sizes can't change. They are fixed. So I create an empty array with size 0 that I can't do anything with, which Java doesn't complain about, so that's fine. But if I create, so like a 0 size array makes sense, even though it like has little to no application. But a negative size array, that makes no sense, and that can happen here, and that causes a problem. A problem that I did not strictly expect. So what I need to do here is just add a quick thing. Nothing big, right? If args.length is less than 2, I will throw a new. What config exceptions do I have? This is a config malformed exception. I think I want to throw a config invalid exception. That's config invalid. What is config malformed? Config malformed. Well, it is a config. Wait, nope. That is different. Okay, we can't use this one because that's that error doesn't make sense. It is malformed. I'm gonna say it's malformed. We'll throw a config malformed exception. Brilliant. All right. So now if that's the case, it throws this exception, which saying gets caught somewhere later in the code. It does it. Don't worry, trust me, it does it. And then it'll, yeah, since it throws this, it won't actually go to here and stuff. It won't actually have that problem. Great. Now, I actually multi-entry config reader. That's to display the errors. Wait. Yeah, it only catches these config reader exceptions. What is this? Oh, this is the comment regex. What is this? Dude, sometimes I look at this and my brain gets fried. What am I looking at? It has to start with, oh, 2 forward slashes. What? Yeah, it has to start with 2 forward slashes. Do you need to escape forward slashes? I guess so. Followed by whatever the heck you want. Or it's just empty. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Dude, regex is crazy. Anyway. So that will fix that. Right? That does fix. I think that's the only thing I really need to check for. And it does that. And that's fine, right? So that's good. All right. Nope, don't do that. Can I stop fat thumbing things on my keyboard, please? Thank you. I don't want this overlay. Stop. Dude. Oh, I have windlock on. That would explain a lot. I don't know why I have windlock on, that's weird. Did I not push the build Gradle? Ah, whatever. I need to update it anyway. To 163 now. Uh, and then push that, right? Yeah. And we'll build it. Anyway, while that does that, now we can, we're done with this. That was easy. Now we do this. Right? So this should be easy enough, right? Dude, I know name cannot be empty. Just, you know, let me cook. Uh, so I need not model, mod loaded. Now, this doesn't need to be loaded with content tweaker. I just need, this should actually be like the easiest thing. All right? This should be the easiest thing. I need to do, where's my event thingy? Oh, I need to check this article. Okay, all I need to do is do modset ddd dot events dot, no. Yeah, events dot ddd events dot on determine damage. This is going to be a function which takes the event as mods. Oh my gosh, dude, type please. Mods.ddd.events. Dude, type. Dude. Help me. Determine damage event. It's not plural. Oh my gosh. All right. We're there. And now we go here. All right. So in this event extends what? It extends a classification event, and a classification events extends a DDD event, and DDD events extends entity events. So we have the entity, which is fine. Now the classification event. Oh, we can get the attacker. Yeah. So if I don't know if I can. Whatever, dude. I'll just do it like this. I don't care. If event dot attacker instance of I entity living base, I now need to import that. Craft tweaker dot entity dot I entity living base. Right? Right? That's the import for that thing. Yep. So if it is an instance of identity living base, then I'll do val attacker as I entity living base equals event dot attacker. We'll cast it, and then what I want to do, I've arrived. Hello. Hi. I am doing well. It is raining outside. I want to get yeah. So and I need to get its main hand item. Attacker. Oh, sorry. Val item equals attacker dot get item main hand. Is that how that one works? There's active item stack. Main hand held item. Dude, whatever. Main hand held. Oh my gosh, it's main hand held item. And that's the item stack. If not is null item. That's not how that works. So if it's not null, then we're gonna get its enchantments. Oh wait, let's also say and is item dot is enchanted. Then I need to get the enchantments. And that's going to be an I enchantment. And then it's a definition. Oh, is there a bracket handler for enchantments? Yep, there is an enchantment bracket handler. That is awesome. For how does one loop on stuff like this? Loop over it. Okay. It's not, it's different syntax. For enchant in item dot enchantments. What? For enchant, I'm not enchants. Now I want to check to see if the enchant. Oh wait. I remember how I do this. I need to have you open and then you over here. There we go. If enchant dot I have an enchantment. I need to get the definition. For enchant, if enchant dot definition dot ID equals enchantment Minecraft smite dot ID, we'll do smite, right? Enchantment definition dot ID. If it's smite, then we have a couple of options. I don't want to like add bonus damage for enchants because that's weird. But I will change the damage distribution. So we will have val amount equals 0.2 times the level of the enchant. So if you have smite 5, it'll be like 100, right? Is there a min function? There probably is. Which I will set that up. Times enchant dot level. Help me. Okay, I'm good. I know how to type. Advanced functions. You have token assign. That's good. Oh, this would be under global functions, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Min of 1 and that. So if you have like smite 6 or smite 7 or whatever the heck, it won't break the game. It won't break stuff, right? Now we have that amount, and what I want to do with that amount is I want to then iterate for types in. There should be a thing that I can do here. For types in mods dot ddd dot damage types dot iddd damage type dot get all types for type. Okay, so now what I want to do, we're getting to somewhere. I want to multiply. What if it already does radiant? Let's say I have something that's 50% that, 50% that. It doesn't matter whether the type's radiant or not. It's not going to make a difference. Okay. So we're going to multiply in this determine damage event. Event dot set damage type 1 minus amount times event dot get damage type. right? Now, if the damage is 0, it's 0 anyway, it doesn't matter. Oh, this is not a weight. This is not a weight. Wait, this is not a weight. Oh, this is not a weight. This is not a weight. Okay. I got this. I got this. Val damage equals 0, right? And now we do damage plus equals event dot get damage type. Right? We do that. And then we set the damage to this percentage amount of whatever damage is currently being inflicted of that type. Is there anything else on classification event that you know? Nope. Okay. And, I'm gonna add a quick if damage. Sorry, if event dot get damage type is greater than 0. Just save me a bit of work here. I think this is technically better. Right? If the damage for that type is greater than 0, then increment this damage by whatever that amount is, and then set the damage to be a lesser amount. And then after that, we now have damage, that's going to be the amount of damage that was inflicted total, and then we're going to do event dot set damage. And now I can use a bracket handler. I can use BDD type radiant amount times damage. Right. I can use the bracket handler. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Set the type for radiant equal to this amount times that. So if we have radiant here, then this is going to be if you have this set as radiant, then this is going to be multiplying it by 1 minus that. Like, I think this cancels out with this, right? It doesn't matter anyway, because I, overwrite it, so... I think that maths out correctly. I don't know. I think that math is correct. Okay. Let's say we inflict 12 slashing and 6 radiant. and 8 piercing, right? So in total, we did 26. Now, I want... So now, what is going to happen is that this is then going to go to... Let's say we have smite 1, right? Smite 1. So it's going to be a 20% deduction. So multiply that by 0.8, I get... I don't know what. 12 times 0.8 is 9.6. 9.6 slash, right? And then this is going to be 8 times 0.8. Isn't that like 6.4? It is 6.4. And then 6 times 0.8, that's going to be 4.8. And here's how this appears. 4.8 radian. So then this goes to times 0.8. So what? That's 10, 16, 20.8, right? 26, yeah, 20.8. Which is expected, but now it should go back. These remain the same, right? This is 9.6 slash... This is 6.4. Here's... Whoa, double space. And now this, I'm going to take the total amount of damage. Multiply it by 0.2. So that's going to be 4.2? 5.2, right? 26 times this is 5.2, right? And this is going to be... Oh, should it be added to radiant? Because now this is 5.2. Whoa, wait a second. And that does not add up correctly. But if I add the 5.2 to this, then we're good. So I need to add it. Also, I need a comma here anyway. Event.get damage. DDD type radiant. Plus that. I add this as bonus radiant damage. This is going to be 4.8 plus 5.2, which is going to get me 10. Yeah, it's going to get me 10 equals 10 radiant. And then this all goes to 26 total. It's still 26 damage. Which is exactly what I wanted. Basically, I just wanted to redistribute some of this damage to become radiant damage. That's what I did. We started with 12.86, and now we're 9.6, 6.4, and 10. That is exactly how I want that to behave. Okay, now I can't have that there because then it won't. The script won't compile. The script won't run. The script will just go bad. Do I need to import this? Surely not, right? Because I had that. I might need to import that though. Oh, I might want to import that. I'm gonna import it just in case, because I don't know better. Import mods.ddd.events.determine. I can't spell. Determine damage event. Okay. We got there. Now, how much you want to bet this works first try? What's the likelihood this works first try? Because if it works, then this is like the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Okay, here we go. We're good. Got your nose, fool. What if this just worked first try? Damn it. It didn't. Value cannot be changed. What the heck do you mean value cannot be changed? Why not? Oh, is it like val versus var thing? No, dude, there's gotta be, it has to be var, it has to be var, not val, var. Val is for constants. Oh, see, I did not know that. Okay, I changed one letter in the script, alright? And it works. Trust me. Trust me. I just changed this. I changed it from an L to an R. And it just works. Shoot, that's the wrong one. Okay, now we're good. I think we're good. Okay, it's gonna work. It's gonna just work. Right? Watch. I'm not gonna spend the entire stream working on one ZenScript example. Oh my gosh, I might actually not. So, now, it's the thing. So, I need to now test this. This is my... Okay, get this creeper shit out of here. Zomb. We put the zomb. in here, right? So, normally, I need an anvil. And I need to do consistent test. So, this slice strike sword is no bueno. Get this shit out of here. Oh, I have 2 iron swords. Let's use the iron swords. Right, so now we got a Smite 5 one, and we got a regular non-Smite 5 one. It doesn't show up here because it doesn't. So normally, this is going to do 6 damage. 6 damage base, which is what we expect. And it's slashing and piercing. And then it has a bit of armor, so it blocks some of that. It also blocks some of the. It doesn't block anything else. And now I hit it with this, and this is going to do extra damage, much extra damage because of Smite, right? Because Smite does bonus damage to undead mobs, but it's also going to do bonus radiant damage, which the thing is weak to. So this is going to like destroy this man. Yeah, it did 23 damage to him. My man did not even live. Now this is why I don't have the enchantment work like this normal, because you could say like, oh, just like have that built into the base game, you know? Smite should do bonus radiant damage. That makes a lot of sense. This is why I don't do it. Because now this man's dead. Right? Like, they're already weak to radiant damage, and Smite already does bonus damage to undead mobs, right? So it's like, you're stacking the same idea twice. But it is still cool, but I'm not going to build it in base. But now I can apply radiant damage to other things with this weapon, which means Smite as an enchantment is not garbage. Well, I mean, it's not really garbage to begin with. Right? But like, for example, this husk has less radiant weakness, right? So now... Oh, and he has armor. Dude, great. Great. Oh, dude, he's barely kicking. Okay, what if he didn't have armor? I'm pretty sure he still dies, right? Oh, no, he lives, but, you know, barely. Barely. Alright, now let's get something that has, like, a radiant resistance. I don't know if there's anything base that has a radiant resistance. I mean, we can hit a skeleton if you guys want. He'll die. He will not survive. Because he has radiant weakness. Yeah, I do 34 damage to him. Oh my gosh. I don't think there's anything base that has radiant weakness. Or sorry, radiant resistance. I know something that will have a radiant resistance. But I don't think there's anything base. Yeah, there's nothing base. Okay, that's fine. I have to go to here. Now there should be something. Yeah. Oh, the sylphs are immune to radiant damage. Dang it. Ah, but wisps. 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 Hello, you're blue. Now, if I hit you with this, you actually resist. You only take... Why did that only do 5 damage base? It only did 5 damage. Whatever, it only does 5 damage. I don't care. That's not my problem. But now it's taking, like, no damage. So you cannot smite this thing effectively. Why does this do... I'm very confused. Yep, come back. Alright, fine, whatever. Go away. I don't care. This is also does radiant damage, so we're not gonna do that either. I need to clean up after myself. Hold up. What are you weak to? Oh, you're weak to thunder? You're weak to thunder. Why are you weak to thunder? I don't know, whatever. You're weak to thunder. Let's find something that does thunder damage. Uh, there's gotta be something that does thunder damage here. Surely. Surely. Right? There should be something that does thunder damage. It doesn't look like it. That's fine. Maybe not here. Maybe there's no thunder damage here. But you know what? I'm gonna... I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna... Alright, look. You might have... You might have me bested. Because I'm pretty sure this is just lightning damage. Raedra Blade? Wait. Why is it called a Raedra Blade? What the heck is this? This is not... What? IRA Stinger. That's a pommel. That's fine. I don't care about that. Reaper Claw. That's a jewel slot. That's a jewel slot. Wait, what is this? That might need to be lightning damage. Hold on, there's like a bunch of extra stuff here that I don't have configured. Whatever, it doesn't matter, dude. It's not my responsibility to configure default values for literally everything. Where'd it go? Maybe it went to the nether. That's whatever, it's not my problem. Okay, so. That worked. That literally just worked. Second try, which is basically first try if you think about it. Okay, cool. Now we need to set up a description for this. And yeah, so I just gotta make sure this thing opens correctly. Okay, yes it does. Dude, I don't care about the welcome guide. I don't care about the welcome message. I don't care about the telemetry consent. Just like, do the thing. Is this? Yeah, okay. So now I can write the wiki article for this thing. Um, where are we? We're here. Fade to this. Good. Alright. So I now need to wait. Help me, please. So this now uses a DDD event to accomplish what it wants to accomplish. Okay. Oh wait, I need to do this. There you go. So I need to learn how the English language works. Well, this might enchantment cause the weapon to do more radiant damage. This won't add extra damage. Semicolon. We'll just alter the damage it inflicts on hit. Sounds good to me. Determine damage event. And then I need to put this thingy. To be 20% quote more radiant damage per level of smite. That makes sense. That makes sense. And then I need yeah, I'm gonna put this over here. Can you see this? I need like 5 monitors, dude. Oh my gosh. Actually, I don't really, but sometimes it feels like it, you know? I can just put this here. Then I can still see like Twitch chat. And that's okay, so as long as I just don't bring OBS into focus, we're good. Brilliant. Brilliant. We begin with an event handle for the turn damage event. No, dude. Complete. Complete. Complete it. There we go. This is ZenScript. That's not a Z. DDD.events. DDD event. Wait, why am I typing this? Just copy it, dude. In this event handle, handle, we need to check if the attacker is something that can even hold an item. An entity living base. Now, there's no way that I didn't link it here. Yeah. Bada bop. I'm gonna actually put these in backticks, and I'm gonna put this in backticks as well. Okay, consistency or something. Script. I can't type, dude. Never can. Um, we'll cast the event attacker if it is, and grab its weapon. Yeah, weapon. And check if it exists and is enchanted. That's a bunch of word vomit. Alright, so in practice, what does that look like? It looks like this. Oh, soft tabs, thank you. Something does not add up there, that's fine. There you go. Alright, so this is the snippet where we check if the attacker is an entity living base and if they're holding an item that is, in fact, enchanted. You know? You get it? We're with me? Alright, cool. Awesome. Alright. Now we iterate. Can I learn to... Okay, sorry, I need to get that out of my system. I'm good. Over the enchantments on the item and look for smite. If we find it, we can use... My gosh. We can use the enchantment bracket handler and compare the IDs. If we find it, we'll record the level of the enchantment. Wow, I was on a roll there. That seems like good. That seems like good. Alright, for enchant item.enchantments, if enchantment.definition.id is smite, then get the minimum. I'm gonna add a little note here. Note. We use min to cap the record the level of the enchantment and determine our what do I call this? Determine our like radiant damage amount. Sure. Which is 20% per level. To cap the radiant damage amount at 100%. I feel like that makes sense. All right. Now we will iterate over all the damage types, all the DDD damage types that are registered, and change the something or other. Alter the... Nah. We'll need to keep a running total of the damage inflicted, so we know how much damage was inflicted total. Yeah, that makes sense. Good. That's good. This is like hard to describe. Either that or I'm just bad at it. We'll need that later. We'll modify the damage being inflicted to be 1 minus our radiant damage percentage amount. If we have smite 1, we'll shift the items will decrease every other type to be 80% of what it was, and take that. We'll decrease every other type's damage to be 80% of what it was, and give that 20% we took off to radiant damage. That makes sense? Because that's about as good as it's gonna get. that removed damage to the radiant type. That's as simple as multiplying the damage that radiant does by 1 plus our radiant damage percentage amount. That's basically what I did. I set it to be get damage plus amount times damage, but I could have just multiplied it by 1 plus amount times damage. Wait, what? Yeah, 1 plus amount times event that get damage CD rating. Yeah, okay. So instead of like an equivalent way of doing this is in times 1 plus amount as mount. Nice. Times event that got damage for radiant. That's the same thing. That's an equivalent expression. Equivalenty. Big brain. Okay. And that's our final script. Now, I am going to just replace this line here. It doesn't really matter because, again, they are equivalent, but I did explain it as 1 plus instead of whatever I described, instead of whatever I did. It's the same thing, but I'm just going to have it like this because that's how I described it. Ah, look, there's a little scroll bar in this thing too. Isn't that cool? You can go back and forth. Wow. Okay, this looks. Let me just double check. Is there any use enchantment bracket handler? I should probably link to the enchantment bracket handler. I should probably link to the enchantment bracket handler. Where is the enchantment bracket handler? Yeah. We can use the enchantment bracket handler and compare the IDs. And compare the IDs of the respective enchantment definition. Whoa. I want to put that here. Compare the IDs of the respective enchantment definition. So, whatever. No, I need a... Should I put it like that? No, whatever, dude. I don't care if this is, like, grammatically slightly incorrect. Everyone knows what we're talking about. Wait, what if I did this? Whoops. No, wait, yeah. What are you doing? No, I hate that. I don't know, this seems good to me. What was the distribution on Iron Sword? I might not remember. That's fine. I can remember. Because I have the ability to look it up. There's no way I closed it. Where's the default values? There it is. Okay, what am I looking for? Oh my gosh, what am I actually looking for? An iron sword. Oh my gosh, I got distracted by like the million config things. Slashing 80%. Okay. 80% slashing, 20% piercing, 6 damage base. With smite 3. I'll make a table for this. Um, so this is gonna be slashing. Whoa. This is gonna be piercing. This is gonna be radiant, and that's gonna be total. So initially it does what? 4.8 and 1.2? Yeah, so initially it does 4.8. And then after we take 4.8, I multiply it, by 4.8 multiplied by 0.8. That's 3.84. That makes sense. Wait, no, not 0.8. It needs to be 0.4. 1.92. Because we need to multiply that by 0.6. Wait, no, what if the radiant damage is 0 to begin with? It's not the same. This is not the same. Because the radiant damage is 0. I need to rewrite this section. Hold on, this is not right. By our radiant damage percentage amount and add it to any existing radiant damage. Go back. Change it to what we had before. What we had before was right. I should not have doubted myself. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now this was 1.2, and I'm multiplying 1.2 by 0.4. That, not 1.23. That's 0.48. That's funny. It's not really that funny. And the radiant was 0 to begin with. But afterwards, it's gonna be, well, whatever the remainder of that is, which is probably 4, right? No, that's not what that is. 1.92 plus 0.48, that's 2.4. 2.4. So that's gonna be 3.6. Because we take the total damage, which was 6, and multiply it 6 times. Yeah, 6 times 0.6 is 3.6. So it even works out. And the total damage was 6 the entire time. Dude, where's my table? Draw my table. Thank you. Isn't it beautiful? Um, I like that better. Beautiful table. Beautiful table. This is gonna be radiant damage dot MD. Okay. Okay, so now that is like this. Now what I gotta do is I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna put this on the wiki right now. Slap this on the wiki. How many examples do we have? We have one example, we have two examples, we have three examples, and now this is going to be the fourth example in the wiki. 4 examples. I think that is pretty good. I don't think we need more examples than that. Let me just preview it and make sure it looks good. Enchantment damage. Yeah, okay. Cool. So, uh, I don't need this anymore. Be gone. Okay. Oh, I did that in an hour and a half. That's a little faster than I thought. And again, I didn't run into any problems. I can close that now. Look at that. I covered like I closed a 3-year-old issue. Ain't I something? So now, okay, we gotta do this. So this is so Betweenlands is a mod that does some interesting stuff. And this has existed. This issue has existed for nearly 2 years now. So this I have had this issue open for about 2 years. Let me just show you the issue. Let me just show you the issue. All right. Look at this. Here's the issue. I created this issue because I saw someone in the Discord server mention it like 2 years ago. Let's assign myself to it. 2 years later, I assigned it to myself. So I looked into it 2 years ago, and I'm like, okay, shields from this mod don't play nicely with my mod. because their shield cancels a living attack event. I created this issue. This shield cancels the living attack event when handling their own shields, and I even linked to exactly where it happens. And I also wrote down how I need to fix the problem. And I left it open for 2 years. This was open for 2 years with all the steps needed to complete it. Not again. 2 years ago, I was in a different place. Create a handler to listen to living attack event with highest priority. Use reflection to read item BL shield event handler.instance.ignore event. Don't do anything if it's set to true. Do the same checks Betweenland does to determine if the event should be cancelled. If the event should be cancelled by Betweenland, set a flag. Within the same handler, listening to living attack event again, but this time at low priority while also receiving cancelled event. If the flag is set, unset it and unset the cancel state of the event. We need the event to not be cancelled, else further calculations and damage and hard events won't be fired. Bang. So, I need to look at this. Where's this? Shield can block. This is 178. Right? Yeah, can block damage source. I need to look at this. I basically need to emulate this. I wonder if I can use reflection. Does it make sense to use reflection? Or where is this? Item BL shield event handler. Where's ignore event. Oh yeah. Where do you? Oh, and you set this ignore event false there. Okay. Okay. I got this. Easy 5-minute adventure. All right, like. Lord have mercy. I think what I want to do. No, I think what I want to do is add Betweenlands to. Do I need to? Because I don't know. Using reflection to read that could be annoying. But the advantage is that I do not need to add Betweenlands to my dev environment. I'm going to try it with reflection first. I needed to smack my TV tray as I said that. That was necessary. Okay. So, easy peasy, right? In and out, 5-minute thing. And then I will actually add Betweenlands to my run environment, and I will check to see if it works. All right, so first off, Spartan weaponry. I think I only use reflection for this. Never mind. Nope, I actually have it in my dev environment. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, so first off, bada boom. All right. We got to go into here. We have to add a string for Betweenlands ID, which I think is probably just Betweenlands. Right? That would make sense. I will have to verify this. I should probably double check this. The Betweenlands. Excuse me. The Betweenlands. Did you know? Fun fact. This is actually kind of a fun fact. It's completely, well, it's tangentially related. If you're familiar with a mod called Twilight Forest, the artist who made the music for the Twilight Forest mod also made the music for the Betweenlands. Fun little fact for you. And it's all on YouTube. Yeah. Neat little thing. I'm gonna actually go to here. I'm gonna duplicate this because I still need that tab. I'm gonna go to Betweenlands, and I'm gonna double check that they are in fact core no API. That's Betweenlands API? Dude, I just want to know the mod ID without having to figure this out. I swear to heck, it's gonna be the Betweenlands. I'm calling it. I'm calling it right now. It's gonna be the Betweenlands. Dude, can I... Where... Hello? What even? Where is your thing, dude? The source main Betweenlands. Oh, it should be under common. The Betweenlands.java. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Mod info dot. Fuck. Where's mod info.java? Wait, I should be able to find it. Yeah. Common lib mod info. Sure. Take me there, please. Please. It's the Betweenlands. Oh my gosh, I'm glad I did that, or else I would have shot someone. Probably myself. And I spelled the other thing right. Alright. Yay! So now we got this. Now, I create a package in integration, and I call it the Betweenlands. And then I create a class, and this is going to be What are my fingers? The Betweenlands Compat. And then it needs to implement iMod integration. I have like an entire infrastructure for mod integration because I'm integrated with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm integrated with like 8 mods, so you know I have a whole infrastructure for it. Right, so like this, it is final. I guess I can make this final too. Get mod title. So now this is where I need to return modconst dot integration titles dot Betweenlands title. And then this is where I need to return mod consts dot integration IDs dot betweenlands ID. Bada bing. Bada boom. And now this thing has. Does this say I have a handler? Oh no, it's a empty list. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Now this thing has a couple. Surely it has handlers, right? You don't have any handlers? What do you mean you don't have any handlers? You know, just freaking lies. I just want to make sure I do things consistently. Lycanites, it's handlers, Lycanites. If Lycanites doesn't have handlers, I'd quit development forever. New font renderer handler. Right. So I had it as a separate class. So we're gonna have a separate class here too. That's all we need to know. Betweenlands shield handler. Now, let me just establish something real quickly. Who am I developing this integration for? Right? Who's going to use this integration? The answer is no one. You know why? Because I am 2 years late to doing this. The person who may have wanted it has probably moved on to other things. Hey, all right. And this needs to, I think this needs to extend handler, right? Probably. No, it has to extend handler because this has to return an iterable handler. So this needs to extend handler. Now, handler just has this. I like this blank line here. I like this space. You know, this is good. Good use of bytes. Okay. So now past Yeelp's solution is intrinsically dependent on the understanding of how the Forge event bus works and that it will in fact work in this way. If it doesn't, we're in trouble. But you know, that's fine. I will need a couple fields. Yeah, I'll need a field. Field ignore equals, and this needs to be java.lang.reflect field. Class dot, wait, no. Get the class first. Get class is in session. Class, I don't care the type. BL shield. Privates. Help me. Private static final class BL shield class. Equals class dot for name. Now I need the package name. And it's gonna be, mark my words. The Betweenlands dot common dot item dot tools dot item BL shield. I don't think I need the for Java part, right? No, 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 no. I get it. Let me read the documentation for this. Yeah, just like this. A call to code for name X causes the class name code X to be initialized, which it should already be initialized at this point. Now there is this whole thing, right? So actually I'm gonna set this like this, and then I'm gonna have a static block. BL shield class equals that, and now we put it in a try. Wrong. Wrong. You think that's the right thing to do? That is the wrong thing to do. Okay. Check this out. I'm going to put the classes that I need in here and, like, get it at a specific thing. Yeah. My brain is doing things. I'm braining. Okay, so I'm gonna actually have them here, and they're gonna be package private so that I can access them within this package. Static. It can't be final, can it? It shouldn't. Static class. Well, yeah, I can make it private and then have a package private getter. Yeah, sure. I like that better. BL shield class. Put it here. Right? Well, since it's not final, I don't need to caps it. BL shield class. BL. Sure. And then I also need BL shield handler class. Right? And then what we do. Hey, GD Ballistic, how you doing? How's it going? Alt F. No, Alt. No, that's for do that. Alt S V. Yeah. Pre-init. What's happening? I am doing some modding for a mod that I have developed for 1.12.2 called DDD. Sadly, someone I was watching got follow botted. What is follow botted? I'm actually not familiar with that. And I probably should be. Is it when a bunch of bots just randomly follow them, or a bunch of bots enter their stream chat and like spam stuff? I might be not up to date. A bunch of bots followed. Yeah, that's like part of me wants to say, hey, a follow's a follow, but I suspect that's probably not good. You could force people to unfollow, right? Should be able to. Anyway, I hope they get that sorted. Now, in pre-init, this is where I want to actually get these classes, because then if there is a problem for some reason, I just like stop the initialization of the integration. Maybe not. I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. So BL shield class. This needs to now be class dot for name, and then I go over here. I grab this thing. Just this. take this over here, plop this down here, right? Bam. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. I need to surround it in a tray. Try to do this, please. What are you doing? Oh, we're good. Catch... I need to catch a bunch of different things, right? Well, actually, I think I just need to catch a class not found exception. Whoa. And then I need to, damage descriptions, this is a fatal error. Could not hook into item BL shield for Betweenlands. So now if I can't find or like hook into this shield, it does not, it won't try to continue to integrate with something that's going to cause more errors down the line. But it will, in the brightest of red, be like, hey, this broke. It'll be casual about it too. I need to add getters for that later. Now I think BL Shield Handler class is going to be class.forName, and I think it's the betweenlands.common.item.tools.item BL Shield hashtag. I think it's a hashtag for like a subclass or a nested class. Event handler. I want to actually check that. The fully qualified name of the desired class. Okay, what's the Java fully qualified class name thing? Oh, come on. Stop typos, dude. Fully qualified class name. I gotta know the syntax for it. I think it's... Where is it? How do you get a fully qualified class name? No, dude, I just want to... Okay, here we go. And give me the actual Oracle documentation. Names and identifiers, scope of declaration, package points, shadowing and obscuring. I don't care about that. I don't care about shadowing either. Module name, package name, method name, ambiguous name. I think it's supposed to be a hashtag, right? Meaning of package or type names. Meaning of expression names. Dude, what the heck am I looking for? Actually, what if I just control F? There... Oh my gosh. It's not even there. Okay. I think it's a hashtag for subclass. Actually, I'll just look that up again. Java fully qualified name for nested class. Yeah, there's shadowing, blah, blah, blah. I think it's... It's the dollar sign. It's a dollar sign. That's why I couldn't find it. Wait, I don't know what the hashtag is for then, but whatever. There's still a dollar sign here? That's stupid. Anyway, it should be... It should be this. It should be this. It should be dollar sign. Because it's nested. It's nested, it's nested. And then, look, if it's not... I will, I don't know, do something. Wait, can I actually, maybe I can get shield class dot, maybe I can get, like, nested classes. Returns an array containing class objects returning all the public classes and interfaces that are members of the class represented by the class objects include public class and interface members inherited from superclasses and public class and interface members declared by the class. This method returns an array of lengths. If this class has no object member classes or interfaces. What did I just read? Get declared class. Returns an array of class objects reflecting all the classes and interfaces declared as members of the class represented by this class object. This includes public, protected, default package access, and private classes and interfaces declared by the class, but excludes inherited classes and interfaces. Uh-huh. You know what? Get declared classes. Get declared classes. Arrays dot for this is a array. For class C in this. All right, we're just gonna check this. Debug. C dot. I think it's just get name. It's probably get name. Get canonical name of the underlying class as defined by the Java language specification. Sure, we'll do get canonical name. And now I'm gonna add things for this. Static, final. I guess that doesn't need to be final. Class. Get BL shield class. Return BL shield class. And static class get BL shield handler class. Okay, so we have that. It gets these things, right? Brilliant. Now we go back to here. I don't need any of this. Static. We can make this private. Private static final field ignore equals the Betweenlands Compat get BL shield handler class dot get declared field and the name is ignore event. I think it's called ignore event, right? Ignore event, yeah. That's right. I should probably put this in a static block. Try ignore event equals that. Catch. What thing do I need to catch? I don't think it's a class not found exception. Okay, whatever. This works. What the heck do I do here? Oh, I know what I'll do. I know what I do. I know what I do. I'm gonna have, since this is, yeah, this is gonna be, like, I got this. Singleton instance, and then the singleton get instance, right? And now I have a no, that still doesn't make sense. But I will still do I still need a singleton instance of this thing anyway, so it's fine. I probably want I do want it to be static and final and private and all that other stuff, but maybe it's not a good idea to do that like that. Then the class can't initialize. I'll get an exception in initialization error. Okay, what? Just I could do private final actually. Yeah. I like this better. Because then I'll have a constructor for this, and this will be a private constructor. And in this constructor, I have this. And now, no. Go away, thing. I rename this to ignore event. Yeah, that's fine. No, don't throw that. Throw E. Oh wait, just throws no such field exception, security exception. Let's throw that up the call stack instead. Let's kick the can down the road until later, you know? See? We threw it up there. Now, we throw it here as well. Not my problem. Not my problem. And this is why we use a singleton design thing here. We just throw the problems away. Just throw them away. We don't need them. And now, I need public void. I think it needs to be public, right? Yeah. Okay. Public final void on attack first. This is going to be a living attack event. So I need at subscribe event. Oh yeah, I need to do priority equals event priority dot highest. Well, what did past me say 2 years ago? Create a handler to listen to a living attack event with highest priority. Bang. Use reflection to read item BL event handler dot instance dot ignore event. Don't do anything if it is set to true. Okay, if this dot ignore event dot get boolean the object to extract the boolean value from, I need to get the actual thing. Instance. Instance. Oh, it's an enum? It's an enum. Oh, shoot. Wait, how the hecku? I need to grab that instance. Private final object handler instance. The BL handler instance. Yeah, BL handler instance. So then in here, this BL handler instance equals the Betweenlands Compat dot get BL handler class dot get declared field. Get declared field. Instance dot get a specified instance of the class or interface declaring sure. This seems right. What do you mean? Illegal access exception. Illegal access exception. All right, and then we do this dot BL handler instance. What is your problem? Illegal access exception. Okay, now I will throw it here. Illegal access exception. This is fine. See? Good. Good. It's good. So if ignore event, I said don't do anything if it's set to true. So return. If I can't get it, then oh wait. Okay. The Boolean is private. Got get declared field. Can I do this and then do set accessible true? Bang. I am a genius. Dot get. Oh wait, no. Dot get. I gotta put the dot get here. Wait, what? Yeah. No, that's fine. Oh wait, get declared field. Okay. Instance field equals this thing. Instance field dot set accessible true. Just in case I need that. Then I do instance field. Her. I need to declare that as something. Field, instance field. Maybe I don't do it like that. You know, maybe that's dumb. Okay. So now what this will allow me to do is actually get these things. So I have set this to be accessible, so this should likely not cause a problem. But I think even still, I probably don't even need this. If I can't get it, I'm just gonna assume it's true. So if it's true, we do that. But chances are, I don't think that's actually going to happen, because what happens is immediately after, ignore event gets set to true. Now I have to cast it to that. I need to get the oh my gosh. I need to get a method. Private final method. Can block method. Yeah, that's that method. Alright, this dot can block method equals the Betweenlands Compat dot get BL shield class dot get declared method. And it is can block damage source. And now I need to specify the types. It takes an item stack and any living base. Oh, this is easy. Class item stack. Oh wait, no. I can just do item stack dot class, right? I can do entity living base dot class. I can do enum hand dot class. And I can do damage source dot class. Beautiful. And no such add throws declaration, no such method exception. Add throws declaration, no such method exception. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so now we have this, right? So this is, it is public, so that's fine. We don't need to set it to be accessible. And then if we invoke it, we can do stuff. We can do stuff if we invoke it. We can do stuff if we invoke it. Okay. So now, if big if this dot can block method dot, I think I do invoke, right? Yeah. And it returns an object. If the method completes normally, the value it returns is returned to the caller of invoke. If the value has a primitive type, it is first appropriately wrapped in an object. However, if the value has the type of an array of a primitive type, the elements of the array are not wrapped in objects. In other words, an array of primitive type is returned. If the underlying method return type is void, the invocation returns null. Under heckin' standable. Okay. And I need to invoke this on the current shield. Hi, Kaz. How are you doing? Yes, we have a very fancy screen. Okay, so this is invoke. What am I coding? Allow me to. I can show you actually what I'm coding. Yeah, so this is what I'm coding here. What this is This is an issue for my mod. If you wanna know about it, I can actually do that. That's a whole whack of text on the mod that I'm currently working on. Now this, I opened this issue October 1st, 2022. Past me from like about 2 years ago. Describes the issue pretty nicely. And someone in my Discord server 2 years ago mentioned it. And past me 2 years ago also described exactly how I need to fix the problem. Or how I need to like add the compatibility with this other mod. And I didn't touch the issue for 2 years. So now I'm going to do it 2 years later. And I'm going to hope that what I wrote 2 years ago works. Better late than never. 2 years, yep. So we're gonna see if I can get this to work 2 years later, after deciding to not do it. I mean, I was in a different place 2 years ago, so. Okay. This now needs to be... I need to get the shield, right? How did you get the shield, though? You got the shield with... Oh, and you casted it to that, right? That's why I have the class. Okay. Before we do this if, I need to get attacked. Entity living base, right? Dot, no. Defender. So basically I need to get the shields from this mod to work, because this mod shields do weird stuff. So I need to get the shield. We get the source, that's fine. Enum hand.values. That's a very interesting way you did that. I will have to do that. Fender equals event.get entity living, right? We get this. Then can I just iterate over defender.get and... Oh, well, okay. For enum hand and in enum hand.values, bang. All right, now what I want to do. Yeah, I have like 8 follows away from affiliate. It is crazy. It's very exciting. Wait, let's set this up the way I set this up before. I have this on half of our monitor, and then this here, and now I can see Twitch chat, I can see the code I'm looking at, and I can see the code I'm working on. Alright, I can see everything. I need like 3 more monitors or something to have everything open in its own monitor. But this works. Yeah, I guess, I mean, I'll just copy what they're doing here, because I want to emulate basically the same checks that they do. I get the item stack, I get the shield. Well, it could be a shield. Stack equals defender dot get held item in this hand. Then what I need to do here is check the shield. If the stack is not empty, if it's not empty, stack dot is empty. So if it's not empty and Betweenlands Compat dot get BL shield class dot is instance stack dot get item. Bang. Okay. If that. Do I need to cast it? Oh yeah, I do. I do. Um, Heal shield. This is gonna be. I'm gonna get that stack item and cast it. Betweenlands Compat get BL shield class cast the stack get item because we established that it was an instance. And then now big time. Now we do this. Oh, I need to put an equal sign there. That would explain why the syntax highlighting wasn't working. Now I invoke this on BL shield, and the arguments I need to pass to it are defender, the hand, the event dot get source. Yeah. And this is going to be a Boolean thing like this. And now, what is your issue? Oh. Right. Can't you just multi-catch this, dude? Put this here. Multi-catch this right here. Bang. Look, now we get rid of this. Garbage. Boom. Now, if this happens, I think we cry. It shouldn't. It should be fine. Because there shouldn't be an illegal argument. There shouldn't be any illegal access because this is a public method. And there shouldn't be any invocation problems because we cast it to this thing. It's fine. This shouldn't happen. And since we casted to a Boolean, because it was a Boolean wrapper, so I'm just going to cast it to a Boolean wrapper, and then it will auto-unbox it. That's fancy talk. Now I set a flag. Private Boolean was cancelled. Is that how you spell cancelled? Yeah. Okay, we're fine. This dot was cancelled equals true. Now we do the same thing. I do a public void on attack last or low priority. On attack after, whatever. On attack after, this should accept a living attack event EVT at subscribe event priority equals event priority dot low, and then we do received canceled equals true. So now, if the event gets canceled, which the Betweenlands will cancel normally, like if it uses its shield shenanigans or whatever, it cancels events, which is what the problem is. So this is all to detect to see if it's going to actually cancel it, and then if it is going to cancel it, I go here and I say no. if flag is set, was cancelled, this dot was cancelled becomes false, right? And then I need to event dot set cancelled. Yeah. What is this even? You know what? Whatever. Set cancelled, false. Uncancel it. I think that's it. I believe that is all I have to do. I believe. Big doubt, though. It probably breaks. Oh, that has... I was like, why does this thing have 3 annotations? Okay, that's fine. I have my doubts. I have my doubts. Turn immutable list list dot of whatever I just made before. Betweenlands shield handler dot get instance. Now, this throws a whole bunch of stuff. So now I need to I'll put it in pre-init actually. Yeah. Private static final iterable handler. Right to here. Right? Handlers. Handler. Yes. Oh, wait. Handler. Now, that's there. Now I do a separate try, right? Because I want to do it separately. Handler equals this thing. Now, this has a final field. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Set it to what I had before. That's fine. What do you mean you can't fix it? The factoring cannot be performed due to syntax errors in the compilation unit. What syntax? Oh. Hush. It's fine. I fixed the problem. There we go. And now that's like that. And then don't I need to catch a not just any old exception, but whatever these exceptions are? All of these. Catch all of these. And then we're going to complain. Fatal. shield handler. Oh, I should probably print the stack trace. E.print stack trace. And I will here as well. E.print stack trace, and then return false here. And then this just returns handler. I am a genius. Okay. Is this everything I need to do? I don't know. Do I want to put stuff on this? Maybe? I don't know. Okay, if this crashes because the reflection complained, then I just add Betweenlands to my environment and I give it a shot. If this doesn't work because past me 2 years ago didn't understand how this stuff works and it doesn't actually work, then that's something else entirely. So I think I got everything. But wait, not completely. I now need to add it to the list of things that need to be integrated. Go to the integration kernel. And then I need to put it here. Integratable mods dot put modcons dot integration IDs dot Betweenlands ID, and then this needs to be a supplier that produces a new Betweenlands Compat and import that. Okay. Okie dokie. I think that's it. So now, by default, this should work fine. Because I didn't add anything. All I did was, like, introduce this optional thing. But DDD is not going to find this optional thing because I don't have the mod in the development environment. But I can add to the runtime environment. What I want to make sure is that I didn't break anything. If it doesn't break, then we're good. If we get to the title screen, then at least I didn't break anything that already existed. That is step 1. Step 2 is get the Betweenlands mod. Download it. Now, what I was looking at from the Betweenlands is this. Now, does it actually change? I don't know. I hope it doesn't. Well, we're gonna find out. So we got there. I'm gonna download the latest one, which was released a year ago. And we're gonna hope nice. Okay. Yes, just download this. No, yeah, I know. I know I'm downloading it manually. I'm downloading it manually because I need to. Okay, now I put it here. So it worked. Hooray. That's good. Now I'm going to go into the pre-init for this. And I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Because if we enter this breakpoint after I install it, then we know that, in fact, not only is it in the runtime environment, but DDD found it. Good. That would be good. That would be important. I'm waiting for this to finish downloading. Okay, it did in fact finish downloading. That is important. Now where is... Let me just make sure I have it in the right spot. Yep, I have Betweenlands 3.9.6 universal right there. Dude, why is it so... Wow. I wonder why it took us that long time. That was like 130 megabytes. That's a giant mod. Alright. Am I gonna have to change my debug configurations and like... Yeah, I'm only giving it 1024 megabytes. Let's double this. 2048. 2048. Maybe that'll help with it like stuttering. I may also want to change the run configurations to do the same thing. Oh, never mind. Okay. Let's get there. See, look at this. Now we have so much more memory allocated to begin with. This is good. This is good. Okay, it found Betweenlands. It should have screamed that at me at some point. Where did it? I guess not. Anyway, so now we're here. Now, it found Betweenlands. It should be able to find this stuff, which does inherently initialize that class, but we're doing all this reflection stuff at the beginning. Now, I do want to see the Betweenlands.common tool .event handler, right? So that is the canonical name. Is that the right thing? Please find the class. For name returned. Dude, it found it. Good. Good, 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 good. That's important. It found the actual class. Okay, so we can resume now. Okay, this is working. Now, I don't have it configured, but that shouldn't matter. It might matter, though. If it matters, we'll deal with it. It's fine. Downloading gallery picture. Why are you downloading a million gallery pictures? Oh, it's for Betweenlands. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because I think Betweenlands has a custom title screen. It in fact does. Why are you still downloading a million pictures, bruh? Okay, whatever. So, okay. Now we can check if it works. Betweenlands is right here. General. Yeah, we can turn off the main menu. Oops. We can turn off the main menu. If we care. Okay. Let's see if this works. Let's see if it works. No, I can kind of maximize this. There we go. All right. So, yeah, ignore the fire. That fire is not related. Okay, so now there should be a Betweenlands section. This looks like Betweenlands stuff. Now, I do not know how any of these shields are supposed to work. Or like literally any of this, because I've not touched this mod before in my life. So hold left shift, right click to charge up, and let go of left shift to charge at enemies. Interesting. Blocks splash potion effects. Can also be used with the raft to charge up, charge at enemies, reflects projectiles, sets enemies on fire. Let's try this one. Alright, so hopefully this works. We're gonna, now it does reflect projectiles, so first, what we're gonna do is, we're going to spawn a regular mob. Maybe like, yeah, some of these aren't configured with DDD because I literally just added it, so it's fine. Let's spawn a creeper, and then we will also spawn a. We have a skeleton spawn egg, and then we can also test out a regular zombie. What did I just see? Oh, that's the wisp from before. That's fine. Did I really want to? Whatever. Okay, so back in the box that crashed last time. Okay, technically, that worked. I don't know if I took any damage from that. You know what, I can probably check that by turning this off. Okay. That did block all damage. Now, technically it is supposed to, because... What? Why are you burning? Okay. That's fine. Bruh. Hello? That took you a while. Now, I am taking damage. But what I'm thinking is that let me compare this to like a regular shield. I don't need that. Now the regular shield also doesn't have any set like shield distribution, right? So summon this back here. Hello. I mean, it's like working. I'm not taking any damage, and now I'd be taking damage, and now he's dead. Okay, so I don't know if it's actually working. Because of what I have here, I need to change the core. Where is it? Oh wait, it should be in compatibility. I have to. No, that's different. Right, here. Default shield distribution. It's set to all effectiveness. Effective to regular types. It's set to no effectiveness. Now, if I do this, now this guy should hurt me. Yeah, see, because now my shield doesn't block anything. Okay, so now I can check to see if the same thing happens here. If it does, then we're good. If not, then I'm gonna be upset. And I am in fact upset. Okay, well then, what happened? What happened? Why is it not working? Does it not? Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. It does set that. Okay, but like, why? Oh, dude, I wasn't holding up the shield. Dang it. No, dude, like, dude, stop it. Okay, you know what? I was not mentally prepared to handle that yet. Let's just heal myself up. And now... Really? Why is the game frozen? Okay. This is interesting, because that is not how I expected that to work. Hello, dude. Okay, so I definitely do want to set this. It's not crashing or anything, so... Okay, what's going on here? What? Legal argument exception. Why? Wait, but that didn't happen before. Oh, wait, no, it is happening. Okay. Because what happens here is everything works out fine until it gets to other thing. I mean, I didn't have that thing active, that's fine. Yeah, dude, just, like, run through it. Okay. So... No, dude, I... Don't care. Hold on. I'd untake this breakpoint. Thank you. Put him over here. That way I can just walk into him and test it without consequence. I don't need this. Okay, so... It's crashing. Basically. Why am I getting... What am I... I'm getting an illegal argument exception. Why am I getting an illegal argument exception? Okay, this will throw an illegal argument exception under what conditions? If the method is an instance method of, and the specified object is not an instance of the class or interface declaring the underlying method, or of a subclass or implementer thereof. If the number of actual and formal parameters differ, if an unwrapping conversion for primitive arguments fails, or if, after possible unwrapping, a parameter value cannot be converted to corresponding formal parameter types by a method, invocation, conversion. Okay, so... Oh, what if I... Oh. If it's an instance, dude, I have an idea. Slap. Okay, so here's the idea. Here is the idea. So I think what might be happening is that since this isn't this is an object, right? This doesn't really like I cast it, but it's an object, so it doesn't really count. I don't know. But what I can do is I can get rid of this thing right here, and I can just put this entire thing right here. And I don't need that. So it's going to cast this to the type it needs and invoke it. Now that could be it. I need a defender, a hand, and a source. This takes... I am... Wait a second. Something's not right. I definitely messed something up here. That's the Beal shield on attack blocked. Yeah. Can block damage source. Takes an item stack. Oh. I didn't pass in the stack. I need the shield and the stack. That's why it's causing a problem. I need to add that. Because then this stack will... yeah. And then what happens here is that, oh, dude, this is great. This is great. You don't understand. This is great. Assuming it works. But I think it'll work. Dude, I'm well aware this is a thing. Dude, what if this just worked? That'd be crazy. If it just worked. Since I set the shields to have no effectiveness, what I'm looking for is I hold up the shield, he gets set on fire for hitting me, and I take damage. If that happens, we are golden. And then I just wrap this up in a commit and send it, and we're done. And then I thank me from 2 years ago for doing all the work. Wait. Let's actually not like maximize it. I'm gonna leave it in this small window here because then it's easier to mouse over when there are problems. Okay. I think I got this. Okay. I got this. So I have invul off, and then game mode 0, right? So, okay. Okay, now, what happened there is I forgot I had a breakpoint set, but it is canceling the event. Oh my gosh, I think it just worked. Let's check. I'm going to... He's gonna get set on fire, and I'm gonna take like half a heart of damage or whatever. Dude, it works. I mean, okay, sure, I got set on fire, because what happened was he got set on fire from my shield, and then since he technically hits me, and he's on fire, zombies set you on fire if they hit you if they're on fire. There's no real way around that. If he's got the there's no way to set that so that he's set on fire after the fact. He has to be set on fire before. The only option I can do here is like add a very specific thing for this shield, the Octine shield. Where if like on living hurt, if this item stack was active, I need to like set myself to not be on fire. But only under that condition, right? So like if I'm standing in fire like this, it shouldn't like put me out. It should only put me out if I get set on fire by a zombie. That is like so specific. Hmm. I mean, if it can block... Hold on. So we've established that it was able to block the damage, right? So if it can block... What if I give them... Or I don't set this... And then I'd check to see if it is an Octine Shield. And if it is... Well, okay, are there other side effects that I should be aware of? What are you? Oh, you're straight. I don't care about you. Hold on. Okay, that just does, like, counterattack damage. Wait. What? Why am I not taking damage from this one, though? I mean, okay, that's cool. But that's not what I want to do. Why is this one different? I don't like that. I don't like that I'm not taking damage from that. Random theory. All effectiveness, right? So now it's gonna block the damage. I don't know why I have this redstone in my inventory, whatever. Okay, so... Now, normally I get hit, it does like half a heart, right? Okay, but this one... Why? Why? What about this one? Okay, that one works. And what's the other one? We got a bone shield. Okay, what about the bone shield? That one also works. And I think there's one more. Okay, well, there's both of them. Why is the game frozen? Flux splash potion effects. I'll have to double check a couple of these. Yeah, that one's fine. That one's fine. Did I do this one? Now this sends, it blocks splash potion effects. As does that one. Okay, so. I gotta make sure that still works. I have no idea if that worked. Oh. Yeah, I think it did work. Because if I just do that... Yeah, no, that definitely worked. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Okay, so there's a couple things that don't work. There's two shields that don't work. The Valenite shield and the Octine shield. Because the Octine shield works, but it sets you on fire. Which I presume is not intended behavior. And this one, it damages the zombie, which is weird. Is the Valenite shield supposed to do that? I don't know. Let's check. Where is the Valenite shield? There's this. I want to know what stuff uses it. I can't. Okay. Item. Is BL Shield abstract? No, it's not. But okay, it shouldn't be there. Shields. It should be under shields. Yeah. Okay. Valenite shield. It extends a SWAT shield. Is that a completely different shield? That might explain why. Okay, so it's supposed to attack the entity. That's fair. So that's what it's supposed to do. The Octine shield is just supposed to set the attacker. Now, that begs the question, is the Valenite shield, is the item SWAT shield, where is that? It should be in the same package, I think. Item SWAT shield. Does that extend item BL shield? It does. Take on start trading, stop trading, and player stopped using. Can block damage source. Get blocked damage. Okay. Super get defender knockback multiplier. That's for that. Okay, so it is supposed to damage them, right? Like that much is known. It is supposed to damage them. However, I'm not taking any damage. Get blocked damage. What is that? Tools, item BL shield. What does get blocked damage do normally? Returns the damage for the blocked attack. Normally it returns 0. And on this, on the spot shield, super get blocked damage. Which is 0 regardless. Oh, but wait. That's for that. What about the Valinate shield? No, that's unattacked block. It's definitely like, that's definitely working. But entity rammed. Why is it not? I'm curious. Does it like cancel the event if I have the shield, or does the game just like complain? No, it definitely does. Why do I take no damage? I mean, there is something else that I need to quickly add. It should be here. Um... I think... If... Get the shield... if the defender world is remote, set the cancelled state. That might be what I want to do as well. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but we're going to do that just in case. If defender.world is remote. No, sorry, if not remote. Okay, so there is that, but I don't think that makes the difference. But that is definitely something I should do. I mean, I will check. Yeah, no, it didn't make a difference. Because I should be taking damage here. Which is not correct. Or sorry, which is not what it's doing. But why not, dude? I need to figure out why that's not happening. I don't know, like, how I would even begin to figure that out. Now, do I need... That's the currently used shield distribution. Don't have to block the damage. We can do the same no first thing. Maybe I... We'll see. We'll see. Okay, it definitely goes into the combat tracker. I don't have this showing up. I'm aware of that. It's not present. Why not? Oh, is it because it doesn't have a shield distribution? That could be very interesting and could, in fact, set that thing. Now, shield is just an item set. Okay, so that might be it. This could be a really easy fix, actually. But I need to actually check to see why is present is false. Okay, so update context and damage. Now this is something I'm actually gonna switch to. MC go by. Fade through this. So what's happening is it's not entering this if block and it needs to enter this if block. So one of these conditions is not correct and I need to know why. So let's figure that out. So this is the source, and the source is just an entity damage source. A zombie attacked me. That's fair. The amount is 0.9, which is not a lot of damage, but that would be weird if that is... Get the source, that's the entity damage source. Get the true source. That's the player. Wait, no, that's me. Wait a second. That's not right. Update context and damage. What is the context? Context is null, so we'll set the context with the starting damage, do that. This got get incoming damage. Now it attempts to classify, and it returns an unknown thing, which is fine. And it returns true. Context that gets shield, which is false. Okay, that's what's going on. Where's the subscribe event for this? On entity attack. Get DDD combat tracker if present. Handle attack stage. No, but it should get my tracker. Like, yeah, sure, it should get the zombies tracker too because I damage it, but it should do that, like, whether it does it first or after, I don't care, but... So it should get... It's getting the combat tracker for the zombie. Why is it not getting my combat tracker? Is it because... Is it because there's an event that over... I don't freaking know, dude. This is so weird. So that gets cleared. And then that gets updated, and that goes there, and that goes there, and that goes there. And it does that, which says I'm the direct attacker, and that came from me. But it doesn't fire again. And why not? Okay, so we ever get to there? Because if we get to there, then that might have something to do with it. We definitely do. What event is this? That's for the zombie. Okay. And then what event is this? This is still for the zombie. Why I no take? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Hold up. Hold up. Bro. Thank you. Now, this event is... Entity is... This is me. This is me. Taking damage right here. Is cancelled as false. Right? Right? And we don't do it. We go in here, we do all this other stuff, we invoke this, and we say is cancelled. Now, that's this. This is... This is now the zombie being attacked. How's the coding going? It is... attempting to go. And that returns there. But then why doesn't it... That makes no sense. So, here's the situation. It works, but it doesn't. In particular, there are 2 shields where it doesn't really work. Let me show you the 2 shields where it doesn't work. Let's fade through back to Minecraft. So, I got it to, like, all the other shields added by this mod, it works. This shield, the Octine shield, it technically works. Now, the Octine shield sets attackers on fire, right? That sounds fine. Problem, it sets me on fire too now. Because the zombie gets set on fire before the zombie does damage. And when zombies are on fire and they attack you, you get set on fire. I presume that's probably not how we want that interaction to work. And then there's this shield, which does counter damage back, right? Like, it does, like, counterattack damage. It's very similar to a battle sign from, like, Tinker's Construct. However, the problem is that you don't take damage with it. All the other shields work. This one, great. Come back. This one, great. I took damage. Now, technically, I didn't take any physical damage, but that's because the config is set up so that shields have 100% effectiveness, so they block all damage, almost as if it were vanilla. But the situation here is that I still, like, got damaged. Like, you can hear it when you can hear the damage sound, and the DDD in the chat confirms that it did happen. It just fully blocked the damage, but I was hit. This, you'll notice, there is no damage. I don't get hit, and that's because for some reason, it's not working. Like, for some reason, I have a combat tracker to handle all the DDD combat calculations and stuff, and for some reason, this combat tracker is not being set off when I take damage. And I don't know why. Wait, I think I know why. I think I know why. Wait, no, that still doesn't make sense. Because the event priority for on-entity attack is lowest. It should exist, and in fact it does because it works for all the other shields. Why doesn't it work for this one? That's so weird. Is that because... I don't understand, dude. I like legit don't understand. It doesn't make sense. I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't make sense. It's just, like, not even being fired. But that doesn't make sense, because it should. Because I set it back to be... I uncancel it. I uncancel it at event priority low, which means this occurs before. And Betweenlands does its shield stuff before. And it attacks the entity. Actually, I'm curious. Is it that, like, there can only be one... No, that doesn't make sense. I was gonna say, is it possible that there can only be, like, one event being fired at a time? But that's not true, because if that were true, then you wouldn't be able to, like, thorns basically wouldn't be a thing, right? Because it's almost like thorns, right? But it does work. So you can do that. Why does it not work? This is the nichest of interactions. And I don't know why it doesn't work. Now, there is also the fact that I get set on fire. That probably should not happen. I could at least fix that part. Right? That would be as simple as, like, if the event was cancelled. So in other words, if the shield procced, it shouldn't extinguish me, though. That's the thing, dude. That's the thing. Oh. I got it. I need to know if the defender was on fire first. If defender was on fire first, then whatever, you stay on fire. It sucks to suck. But if they weren't on fire first, and then they were on fire after, then maybe don't set them on fire. Actually, that begs a question. That actually begs a real question. Dude, set the man on fire. Okay, so that is a thing. So I think what I need to do is also I need to like build that into DDD like normally, where if a shield was used, you were on fire beforehand, it shouldn't set you on fire. Right? Like shields should stop you from being set on fire from an attack that would set you on fire if the shield can block the attack, right? Like, that makes sense. If a shield can block an attack, and that attack would set you on fire, even if the shield doesn't block all the damage, it should not set you on fire. So if I build that in base into DDD, that fixes the Octine shield. And it fixes the other problems with the other shields as well. So that's a good thing to fix. Now the question is, how the hecku do I fix the other shield that doesn't work? I'm back from meeting. What'd you miss? So in and out ordeal, right? Like shield supposed to work? Check this out. I put zombie here, zombo, and I added integration with all of these shields, right? So like these shields work. What the heck happened here? So you'll notice if I block this attack, if this man becomes aware of my presence. Oh wait, he won't become aware of my presence. I'm being creative. Whoops, that makes sense. Okay. So you'll notice that I get hit, right? Like you can even see it in the subtitle, player hurts. So I am technically taking damage. Right, like you can see it. I'm taking damage. Let me just make this just a little bit more visible. Like I take the damage, right? Been new. So, but the reason why I'm not actually physically taking any damage is because the way I have the shield set up, just the way I have the config set up for like DDD running in my dev environment is that shields will block all damage. Now, normally in vanilla Minecraft, just to make sure we're all on the same page. Normally in vanilla Minecraft, shields do block all damage. But in this mod particularly, shields have like an effectiveness rating. And so they can only block certain damages that they have an effectiveness rating towards, and they only block certain amounts of that damage, unless you set it to 100%, right? So none of these have defined shield distributions, but shield distributions are a thing. And that's because I don't have any shield distributions defined in the config, and I set it so that all shields by default use a default distribution which fully blocks everything. Almost to emulate vanilla behavior. So, did I just drop something? I did. I don't want to do that. So we have... That's how shields work normally. In DDD, shields don't block all the damage. They block some of the damage. Or they can not block all the damage. You can set them to not be able to block certain damage or not be able to block all damages of certain types. Now, Betweenlands does a thing where it kind of, by default, would bypass DDD's kind of shield stuff, because Betweenlands shields are special and they want to do their own things. And so they basically cancel the events and the stuff that like DDD wants to listen to do its shield calculations. Which means if you have Betweenlands and DDD, you can't have Betweenlands shields block some of the damage. They would behave as regular vanilla shields, which maybe you don't want. Maybe you want to be able to configure their distributions and stuff. So I've done that, and it was pretty easy. There are two problems. One problem is this thing. This is the Octine shield. If you attackers who get hit by it get set on fire. The problem is that it also sets me on fire. Because it sets the zombie on fire, and then the zombie hits me through the shield, technically, because that's how DDD does it. DDD, like, will reduce the damage with the shield, and, like, damage the shield, but the shield doesn't actually block the attack. And so the zombie still hits me, and I get set on fire. That is probably not an interaction we want, because that's kind of dumb. So I probably... Now, this is something that actually occurs normally with, like, other shields, too, which I just realized. If I have a regular shield, and the zombie's on fire, and it hits me, it can set me on fire. Which I realize is probably not the interaction we want. We probably want it so that if you're blocking an attack that you can block, that could set you on fire, don't set you on fire. So that's something I need to do. All the other shields work, except for this one. This one has, like, a charge attack, which is cool and stuff, like, whatever, right? It does, like, counter attack damage. So, like, if you attack me while I'm holding up the shield, you take some damage. Now, the problem is that, I'm not getting hit. I'm not taking damage. So, it's like, not working. It's working like a vanilla shield, but all the other shields are working normally. I do not know why. Well, I know why, and that's that, like, somehow all the DDD calculations are not being, like, done for this shield. They just, like, don't get a chance to occur before, like, the zombie takes damage or something. I have no freaking idea. It makes, like, negative sense, dude. I don't know why it's not working. I might not be able to do something about that. I don't know, but that's something I'm gonna have to look into. So I need to fix the shield setting you on fire, and then I need to look into... So if I fix the shield setting you on fire, that fixes this shield, right? And then I need to figure out why this shield just doesn't work. Basically. That is the long and short of it. It's an ID problem that shows the same parameters. I, like, looked into it, right? Like, it does fire this event, right? This is what I wrote to work with the Betweenlands shields. It does fire this event and stuff. And it does actually fire the event with me, the player, being hit by the zombie, and it works. And all the logic that's supposed to work works. And then the zombie takes damage. Right? Because after this event fires, the Betweenlands fires its event. Or like responds to the event. And it does what it's supposed to do. And then that's where it cancels the shield. Wait, fire spreads naturally, right? Only onto like flammable blocks and stuff. But like in vanilla, if you like block a blaze fire charge with like a shield, you won't get set on fire. So like that's like kind of supposed to be how it works. So after this, it's like then Betweenlands fires and it attacks the zombie, right? Oh my gosh, I figured it out. Light the shield itself. No, it unfortunately doesn't work like that. I know what happens, dude. I know what happens, dude. Oh, that sucks so much. So here's what happens. Right? You're gonna love this. So I get hit. Right? Actually, you know what? Maybe I pull out paint for this. Maybe I need to pull out paint for this one, you know? To describe this. I should have an existing thing for paint. Yeah, I do. Lovely. Okay. Another paint PNG time. All right. Here's the situation. All right. Lovely. It is paint time. Here is the zombie dude, right? Here he is. What else does he have? He's got a mouth, right? The No, I'm not doing that. Here's zombie, right? He's got this, right? It's zombie dude. Zombie. He attacks me. Right? He attacks me. All right. Bam. He hits me. Right? But I am blocking with the Valinite shield. So he hits the shield, right? Then in the code, what that translates to is in the code is he we check is a Betweenlands shield in process, right? Like, is it a BL shield? And it is. Right? Then we go, will Betweenlands cancel the event? Now, if it cancels the event, and this is important, if it cancels the event, DDD will not do its calculations. And that was the problem that I was trying to fix. Betweenlands cancels the attack event, which prevents DDD from running its calculations, which prevents the shields from using their shield distributions. So if so, right, it's supposed to cancel. We set a flag, right? And I'm going to say, look at this. We go here. We set this flag. We set it. All right? This is a flag. To denote that the event was canceled, so that I can uncancel it, right? And this has highest priority, so this is done first. all of that. What happens next is, I need like more space. What happens next, secondly, right, is then Betweenlands goes. And what it does is that it cancels the event. Which we knew. We knew it was going to do that. Right? We've been new. Been new. Right? Then it hits the zombie with its counterattack. Well, hits zomb. Right? Hits this little dude. Counterattack. And you know what happens? That's a new instance of an attack. So what does it do? It goes back to the beginning. Right? Is it a BL shield? Well, no, I'm attacking this way now. So it's no. Right? So we just carry on. And then it's Betweenlands' turn. And there's no shield involved, so it just keeps going. Right? Then, thirdly, here's what happens. DDD goes again. And what DDD does is, was the event canceled? Is the flag set? It is set. Right? Unset it. And uncancel. That's what we need to do so that it works normally. Right? So now, this is gone. Because my handler is a singleton instance, which means there's only one handler. And that means there's only one flag. So far, so good, right? Now, because it's uncancelled, we then do DDD calculations. Because DDD is able to do it. Because we uncanceled the event, DDD actually managed, like, the event eventually comes around to DDD last, right? These are all separate event handlers. First event handler, second event handler, third event handler, fourth event handler. Right? And we do the DDD calculations. And then we're good. But wait. That was resolving that. We still need to continue from here now. And now, right, so all of that, let me actually clarify this here. Right, let's set this with like a different color so that we know what's going on here. And I'm going to set a different color here as well. Wow, I can't for the life of me do this. We're going deeper. It goes deeper. It goes so deep, dude. You don't understand how deep this goes. Actually, it doesn't really go that deep. What color do you want to use for this? Let's use the green, because it's a zombie thing, right? So the green goes this way. To here. Where there is no BL shield. So it goes to here. And BL has nothing to do. So it goes to here. And then this is where this is going from here. Hey, new Yeelp short just dropped. Dang, you're right. And then it goes to this section. And then it goes down here. Like, this is all supposed to basically be green. All right. Now, let's see what happens from here, right? It goes here. And it says, wait a second. Okay, so now it's DDD's turn. After we resolved the counterattack, now we're resolving DDD. Now we're resolving the actual first hit. And this is where you'll see the problem. DDD goes, wait, is the flag set? The flag is not set anymore. It's not set. So just keep going. And it skips all the calculations. Because when the zombie gets hit by the counterattack, it unsets the flag, which never gets reset before DDD is trying to do its regular calculations. Like, it's doing its calculations for the counterattack, but it's not doing its calculations for the shield. And it doesn't get to do the calculations for the shield because this flag gets unset. That makes sense? This is supposed to be green. Oh my gosh, I cannot. So that's what I need to do. I need to fix that. Now I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that like either off stream or next week or whatever. It depends. I'm a little busy this week, so. But yeah, that's the situation. That's the situation. Also, it like covered the chat. Whoops, I forgot to make it not do that. Whatever, it's fine. So yeah, that's the situation. I need to put like a little to do here. The Valenite shield counter attack eats the unset flag. So regular shield calcs are not performed. And that's when you fix. I should probably say if this dot was canceled and if the event actually is canceled, then uncancel it. Wait, what if I do that right now? Event dot is canceled. What if I just do that? Does that work? If so, then we're good. And then I don't need to come back to this. That'd be good. I know I'm supposed to end the stream because I ran for like much longer, but like just check this one last thing. All right, if this one last thing doesn't work, then like whatever, dude. I don't care. I'll come back to it later. But I had this. I like that idea just occurred to me. I'm gonna check the idea. and I hope it works. Because if it works, then we are so good. Okay. Now, boom. We check this. Does this just work? Yes, it works. Oh my gosh, I fixed it! I'm a genius! Woo! Okay. That is all. It works. Okay. I don't know why it does that. But it does that thing where it does glitchy thing like that. I don't like how to do. But it do. Anyway, yes. Thank you for checking out the GitHub. I'm going to push this and then I need to do other stuff as well. I should figure out why this stream, like this scene transition doesn't work well. Like that could be a thing to figure out. I mean, Eclipse is on top of the image. Is it on top of the image for Minecraft? It is. Dude, I don't even know. Yes, this was very interesting. I am definitely going to get food and water when my mouth is like dry from all the talking and stuff. So I definitely need something. But this was really cool. I had a lot of fun doing this. This was I actually like me 2 years ago had the right idea. Me 2 years ago basically had the right idea. There was a couple things that me 2 years ago didn't foresee being an issue, but we figured it out. Yeah, I can rest after 2 years. It's been on my mind for you don't understand how many issues I have that are like really old. This was yeah, there's a couple of other ones that I may or may not look into. I may or may not just close and decide it's a non-issue or I'm not implementing it or whatever. But yeah, I think what I'd like to do with these dev streams is like actually take the 8 issues that are in the current DDD issue backlog and just clear them out. Clear them all out so that it's done and there's no open issues, and then I can move on to another mod, clean out all the issues there, and just have no open issues and just be incredible. That'd be great. Now, I say 8 open issues. There will be 9, because I will open an issue for the fire problem. Yeah. So thank you for watching. Thank you for coming by. It was much appreciated. I'm gonna see if anyone is live. I think they probably, I don't know, we'll see. No, I don't want same category, dude. I want to people who I'm following. Or I guess maybe there is no one live. Whatever. Yeah.